Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple yeses just to let me know that you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, 2002, and somebody in YouTube, maybe you could do the same thing. All right, guys. Well, before I get rolling here, I want to talk a little bit about ATNF. If you were in the room yesterday, you know I was really looking to take this one when if it popped over 10 later on, and that's what it did. I wish I could say I held on until this morning, almost $20. I did not, of course. I could never have done that because look what it did after it got up to about $13. It went all the way back down to 8.77. More importantly, though, I think this is now the third one in the last, say, week and a half. And waiting for these ones that are very, very active during the day to have late day breaks. And we had this one, ATNF, yesterday. I think one was something starting with the letter M on Monday. And I think we had one last week. The point is that maybe we're getting back into that, one of those ones that are so active during the day, kind of rest a little bit and then break through in the last couple of hours. So I am looking for another one today for sure. The ATNF, awesome. This is awesome. I just wish I had. There's no way I could have held on, but it was a great trade for me. I think I even popped into the room and mentioned that it was moving. This is when I sort of vacated the room. So anyway, MRM. Thank you, Rick. That MRM. I think that was on Monday. It might have been Friday. What do we know? Wednesday? Yeah, it might have been Friday. But at any rate, that's what we love to see. These ones that kind of rest for a while and then boom, in the last couple of hours, take off again. So what else is happening? So BSLK, okay, this is moving higher. It's a phase three news. I'm going to say phase three news. It was on Monday. Okay, thanks, Rick. It was on. I'm sorry. No, this is a projection. So they're reporting a year-over-year increase in Q2 financial results. So it's not an earnings release. It's just kind of a projection. So that's BSLK. And there's the ATNF. Just basically continuation. I don't think there's any news on it today. Again, this is all to do with Ethereum and how much Ethereum they now own. MNTS secures an asset contract for robotics technologies. SPNS, forget about that one. That is a buyout. You can see right off the bat, it's flatlining right now. This is a buyout. SPNS is a buyout. VOR. This is phase three. This is phase three. And that's phase three study of its drug met its primary endpoint. So that is the reason for VOR's pop. The only problem I have, well, I have some problems with it. Looking left, looks like it could have resistance all the way up. Not a clean shot. Too bad it wasn't a clean shot up to three. Clean shot meaning nothing. I see all action between the current price and up to three. Could stall at all these points. It may not. I mean, just blast right through, but that's what I see anyway. X4. X4 is a X4 is a continuation for a beautiful day yesterday. I know Shady was in this, maybe others. That was a beautiful, and you know what? 264 and it closed at 258 is really good. Closed near the high of the day. Continuation. How can you not like this one? ACDC. ACDC. This is not an earnings play. No. They're doing a finance. Yeah, they're doing a financing at $4. So they're doing a $4 financing. So it's basically at the financing price, and that is ACDC. UEC uranium play. Now I want to just check the uranium ETF. I want to see if they're all moving. Not really, just up 0.45%. But UEC is moving because Goldman has put a price target on them. And the price target is 13. So they put a price target of 13 on UEC. Again, this doesn't mean it's going to get to 13 today or ever, but obviously that is the reason for the pop. And they started with a buy rating, so I guess they weren't looking at this one before, so they started with a buy rating, and can't see, yeah, there's a $13 price target. Cava on the way down, I think. Yeah, Cava, CAVA. I think, yeah, this is an earnings play. Big drop, 88 million in the float, down 22%. This is an earnings play. CAVA. And KLC is also an earnings play. Keep KLC is also an earnings play. Other one down 22%. Kinder there. The German pronunciation. How about Kinder there? Um, yeah, I mean, this is looking to see where it is in the lifetime range. You know what? This is a lifetime low, guys. This is a lifetime low now for KLC. Hmm. And there are a ton of buyouts still, not buyouts, sorry, IPOs today. These are this is on my calendar anyway. Yeah, there's the SPNS, but that's a buyout. WBD, WBTN, WBTN. This is a Webtoon Entertainment. I'm not sure I've seen this one before. Evercore has put a price target, raising it from raised to $23 or from 20 through the 200-day moving average. This could be one of those guys, one of those sort of more obscure earnings plays that right from the opening, like as long as it doesn't pull back too much, right from the opening bell, it could have a move. I'm not saying an all-day move, but it could have a move. Just trying to pick off some of these ones that maybe we've seen before. Well, we've seen them all before, but just looking at and then here are the ones on the downside. KLC, Kava talked about anything else. Stratasys, that's sort of the computer printing, sorry, not computer, but you know what I mean. 3D printing, that's what I wanted to say, 3D printing. I used to think this was the leader in the industry. It still may be, but boy, this all the excitement about this technology, going all the way back to say, I don't know, 2014, 15. And the first time I saw a demonstration of one of these in action was amazing. The 3D printers. I see you're mentioning RGTI. RGTI, yeah, this is an earnings play, yes. Yeah, one of the quantum computing stocks, RGTI. Yeah, not much movement right now. We're putting it into 1511 this morning or just all after hours action. That move area you see in my 15-minute. That's the after hours action. Actually trying to recover a little bit here. So it's basically flat. It's only down 26 cents from yesterday's close. Kodak came out with a rather bleak statement yesterday, and they may go to business. couldn't find the headline, but they said, we're in trouble. We are. Yeah, disclosed a going concern assessment in its Q2 2025 10Q filing. A going concern, never a good statement, but they're basically saying, hey, we are in trouble. Kodak raises doubt about the ability to pay debt. Oh, I'm hearing cart guys. Maple Bear. What do they do? Maple Bear engages design and development of an online applications that offers grocery Okay. So anyway, Cart is getting hit here right now. It's not an earnings play that I can see. It's not an earnings play. At earnings last week. Cart is getting hit though. A big drop, 51 down to 47, just like that. CART. Next low looking left on the daily chart is around 47. So, sorry, 40. Well, it's right there. Sorry, 47. So the next low is 46 and a half approximately. Yeah, so Cart's getting hit for some reason. I don't see the news on it yet. Just looking to see if they've done a financing or something. No, I don't see any news yet. All I see are upgrades for it. A buy and a target of 60 something, 65 by Citigroup, Needham, Wells Fargo raising it to 55. I don't see any specific news that's hit for Cart. MNTS guys is now. I'm hearing it. This is the NASA contract, and this is the NASA contract for MNTS. So when you look at a daily chart, so now we have to look at a weekly chart. So there is room on a weekly chart. 241, 241. That high right there is $1.90, so it's basically there. That weekly high is $1.90. So the next time the weekly chart is around 241. So a little bit of room for it to run. Low float, 5 million in the float. Yeah, nothing happens on it until the market opens, Rick. Got a relative volume filter in there that prevents anything from happening. You'll see when I change my layout to the what time is it now? 9:13. When I change my layout to the layout I'm going to use, it'll do the same thing. And I see you're new, Ian. Welcome to the room, Ian. All right, guys. What else is happening here? ECG. Okay, this is an earnings play, a more expensive one, $90. ECG is an earnings play, big gap up, pretty low float, for a $90 stock. And this is a lifetime high, guys. ECG is a nice lifetime high. Well, I'm trying to see some news on cart, guys. I mean, there were some insider sales, but that was yesterday. That was just closed yesterday. Okay, the chairman registered 7,100 to sell, but that was yesterday after hours. Okay, after hours, 16:57. This is when this came out. Right at the close of the market. 56. That's a big. Okay, 57,000 shares. The reaction was not awful yesterday. Well, you can see right there, right there. That's that move area. That's after hours for CART yesterday. No big reaction unless this was just an amazing delayed reaction to it. People are just waking up to this. This in this day and age, it's hard to believe though. But maybe that's the reason. 57,000 shares. The chairman selling 57,000 shares. I see Bitcoin's at 120,000 again. Stratasys keeps moving down here, guys. SSYS. Another move down. All right. What I'm going to do now. So the market, the great day in the market yesterday. SPY and the Qs were up, and of course the Dow was up. So as always, I wanted to take a look at XLE, energy plays, the energy sector, still below. I mean, we didn't think it would be below, but I want to see if it's creeping up. Not yet. There's that green line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average. We know XLV healthcare is below. The other one that was around it was materials, XLB. After yesterday, yeah. So XLB is starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. I have a problem with that DFDV. Where is it? I know it. I know it was there. Bell. I know it was there. What was it? The earnings one? I can see it. Oh, I see. Okay, it's only up 16%. You see, so I've got the top 16 here, and that 16.36. So I know I saw it here before. Um, I mean, you can obviously look at it. I've had a difficult time trading this one. It's a low float. It can have wild swings. So I guess I shouldn't be biased just because I have a difficult time. But you're right. Up 15%. I don't know if there's any news on it. The news afterwards. Listen, okay, we don't have it as an earnings play. Okay, we have earnings on the 19th. So I don't know if I don't know if this is pre. Okay, but better than expected Q2 financial results. So there it is. So guys, anybody know of another one like kind of like the ATNF that is cruising into the altcoins? Maybe like Bitcoin or Ethereum. Maybe not one of the minor ones, more minor ones. Is there anybody today? I couldn't find anybody today. I haven't looked at. Of course, I haven't seen every single stock out there, but if there's anyone today. I mean, you can still use this in the pre-market if you wanted. I mean, you'll see I have an offshoot of this in the pre-market, once the market opens. If you still wanna keep track of stocks that are moving, this does not stop this pre-market actives up nor the downs. They don't stop working once the market opens. But you'll see what I do. I take this sort of an offshoot of it, and I take it and then I sort on different columns, usually keeping it on the biggest change in 5 minutes. Yeah, it'll be on my homepage. I go over, but I'll show once I have my layout. What time is it now? And 9:21. So a couple of minutes, I'll have the layout. This is what SK is talking about. So on my homepage, middle section here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So these are the two that you can see right here, the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, right here. Once the market opens, you're going to see the biggest change in 5 minutes. You're going to see my momentum scan. You're going to see other scans, but this is it right there. The most biggest change in 5 minutes. And of course, this is the one I use all day long. The gap continuation or reversal scan, and also Pepe's combo scan right down here. These two. And in fact, it is now time for me to get my layout. You guys just give me a moment as I'm going to load disappear. Okay, now I'm going to load the layout I used for when the market opens. Remember, guys, so this is that pre-market actives up in grid format, showing it in tree format. Make the presentation a lot better. And now only showing the top six. So this is basically what you saw before. The pre-market actives up, okay, except now I've just limited it to the top six. Just like so, yeah. The momentum scan will not. Give me a moment as it just this moved over just a little bit here. There we are. So this will not start populating until the market opens. The momentum scan. Neither will this. But here we are now. I think I might have missed GBIO. Take a look at GBIO. Generation Bio. Okay. Ah. Oh, okay. I thought maybe a strategic change and maybe they're going to buy an altcoin. No. So nobody found one, right? Nobody found another company that is basically changing what they do and investing in either Bitcoin or Ethereum or some altcoin. Nobody found one this morning, a new one. Because that's what ATNF that's what that one was all about yesterday. So GBio, let's see what sort of room it has. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. I mean, the next time the daily chart is around 580, so it's at 531 right now. But again, if you're new, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just all I do is I always look left when I take a look at a stock. Usually, usually the stocks I'm seeing are near the high or the low of the day. So then I'm always looking left to see where could it run until it hits the next high. And so if I couldn't see this on a daily chart, for instance, what if I looked left and I couldn't see anything, everything was below, then I'd go to a weekly chart. And then if I went to a couldn't see it on a weekly chart, then I go to a monthly chart. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to hit up here, but I just like to see how far it could go before, in theory, it could hit some resistance. Yeah, that's been around for a while. The BMNR, yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, yesterday's high was 70. I think I was able to actually, yeah, this one I traded a little bit yesterday. Got relatively lucky on it. To be very careful on it. But you can see, I mean, the reason why, of course, it's super attractive potentially is that a few weeks ago they got up to 126, and the day before that they got up to 134. That's when the huge craze was on. These guys were buying, and I think they're saying they got the most, the biggest Ethereum collection holdings. Really, you actually you were able to Google my scans and you got to the page. Interesting. Okay. So the middle section, okay. So if you click on my homepage link, Bernal X, if you click on my homepage link and scroll down, here they are. The middle section, here are my scans. And you just click on them, here they are, okay. So click on my homepage link, scroll down until you get to that middle section, and here they are, okay. So it all depends on your trading style. Okay, I mean, you could stay on the AI on Holly all day if you wanted to, just to get a taste of it. This is what I do, though. I'm assuming then you are and I don't you. Most of us, what happens is, the toolbar that you're talking about, the channel bar, this channel bar where it has the pre-market layout and all, has a lot of theme-based channels. Okay, a lot of theme-based channels. It's good, I suppose when you're starting out, you can take a look at them and maybe extract some of these scans from them. Most of us who are used to using trade ideas create your own scans or create your own layout, either creating your own scans from scratch or taking scans from myself or taking some scans from the channel bar. I can explain all that a little bit later. But for instance, the scan that like this layout you're seeing here, this is my scan. Okay, this is my layout that is created from a bunch of different scans that I created. Jose, so okay, welcome, Jose. It depends on what you've got. Okay, um, typically the reason why you're not seeing anything in the pre-market is because you have the relative volume filter. sure what I mean. You have, I'm just going to right click on this one. So typically, you see this current volume is at least 20. If you have that active in the pre-market, you'll get no data. Okay, in the pre-market, this only starts to work. So it'll actually block data from coming in. So if you get rid of it, then you'll get data in the pre-market in either a top list window or an alert window. Okay, but it's a tremendous filter. Okay, it is a yeah, guys. Caught me by unawares. Markets open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, I said that WBTN, probably too late. Yeah, I'm too late. Remember I said this is one of those cheap ones that could run right off the bat. Cheaper earnings plays that kind of fly under the radar. Webtoon, and that's what it did. Big one, big one. Tomorrow, guys, tomorrow. I'll remember tomorrow to. But I don't like trading in the first 15 because things can be so volatile. Not that everything has settled down after 15, but certainly in the first. Look at CART, guys. It is just getting hammered now. I guess that's a huge delayed reaction from the amount of shares that this chairman is selling and the CEO. So that's just getting hammered on those big sales by the CEO and chairman. I don't know if he's the chairman and the CEO. UPXI. Somebody said they couldn't buy UPXI at Fidelity. They're telling you that it was liquidity issues. I don't understand that at all. I mean, 5.9 million shares have traded. Now that's today. So UPXI guys. So the next high, got a little bit of room. Got to take out 859, 860 is the next high. Again, I don't trade. I don't like trading in the first 15. Some of you don't care. So, just kind of pointing out some of the things that might interest you if you don't mind trading in the first 15. Hmm. MNTS now, a break over two, MNTS, a break over two on the weekly chart. This has got some room to 240, 240. Okay, so a break over two now for MNTS. Now, if it somehow takes out 240, 283 is your next high in the weekly chart. This is the one that wins a NASA contract to study the launch of robotic technologies into space. Okay, so that's the reason for the pop. Low float, 5 million in the float, huge volume. I mean, it might just keep running. Is that right? 2002. Okay. Regarding WTN, the New Disneydale. So opening bar on the SPY, nice pop. Still all-time highs. I think all-time highs. All right. Maybe not. Yep, all-time highs. And you were so right, 2002. So yeah, Webtoon strikes a deal to show Disney-owned comics on its app. Shares climb, as well as it being an earnings play. But that's probably the real reason. Okay, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just looking at yeah, just looking at my what I look at to see if shares are available to short. This is from Interactive Brokers, not this is WTN. None available. Why would I look? Sometimes these things, this has gone very parabolic to begin. William, I don't know if you're here because that's what you said you like to do in the first 15 minutes of when you make all your money. MNTS, guys, MNTS. If you took this one, you probably put oh, you put your stop, 102 or so. Yeah, I mean, it's so early though. Maybe William's not here today. Well, guys, SBET's doing its thing again, okay? SBET, SBET, doing its thing again. So it's at the high yesterday, doing its thing again. I mean, it can be it's a very, for me anyway, a very erratic intraday trader. I got up to $24 yesterday, closed down here at 22. The day before, got up to 28, closed way down here at 22. So, it can be very erratic, but it is, at least it's above yesterday's high now, SBET. I would have thought you would have been taking somehow the MNTS at some point, Katie. So there's the VWAP is at 174. Okay, VOR, I am watching it. Maybe, well, so it's a phase three. So it's obviously good. It's a phase three, positive results from phase three for VOR. So it should keep some sustained interest. Well, that cart, where are we going to find a bottom for cart, guys? Well, there's a 200-day moving average, 44.56. So less than $1 away from the 200-day moving average. So I'd be probably, I don't know, looking for a bit of a bounce, uh, maybe in this area. See if that acts as support if it gets closer. Trying to, looks like it, well, it's tried to put in a couple of bottoms right now, and that's the CART, C-A-R-T. This is a buyout, so nothing really to see here. SPNS. This is a buyout. Also an earnings play. It's also a buyout. HBI. Now HBI. Wow, look at it today. I mean, they're interesting action on it because they're being bought out by GIL. Interesting day yesterday because it got up to 675, closed down here at 618. All right. Well, X4 showing up in our AI guys. The pre-market high was 387. So again, I'm just waiting on this one, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I have a on purpose. I've set a delay. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. That's by design. Just like the AI, nothing happens until at least 9:40. Okay, at least 9:40. Now, if you have our AI and you're looking at this for the first time, first of all, this is what I would do. Okay, I would have this. If you, I mean, look, you can go to the channel, but I think it's a lot. It's very busy. Okay, what I would do is just load this window. Okay, if you click on new and from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar. The middle one, we have three that start with Premium AI. Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. Now, I would uncheck if in the filter section right there, you see where it says none. I think the default is to have profitable trades checked. I would uncheck that 100%. I'd want to see the trades all day long because sometimes, it could set up maybe better at a lower price. Okay. Even so, in theory, it's not profitable, but I would want to watch them all day long. So that's my advice. If you have our AI, okay, X4. Whoop. Okay. So now I was watching to see if we could hold a VWAP. No, right now anyway. Okay, guys, GBIO kind of on the move here. There's a little bit of room to 579. It's probably in the momentum scan, but though if you take it from me, it should not, unless I gave it to you yesterday. I hope I unchecked it. I have it from my homepage. I hope I thought I unchecked the actions though. You shouldn't hear anything. But you may have added it. But that's an active scanner, Rick. So that could be it. All you have to do is right click on the momentum scanner and go down to properties and see if actions is checked. Okay. Now, the only other one is now it could be in the AI also. There's X4 and there's GBIO, but you shouldn't hear it over and over. But that's all you have to do. Just right click on it and go to properties and and click on the action and check actions and see which one is checked. Well, NACA guys. So that was a huge one. Well, it's been on quite a run actually. But 2 days ago, it did get up to 1653 or so. It pulled back yesterday, it's above yesterday's high now, and moving. A very low float, 1.99 million. Well, well, do you have your momentum scan up, Rick? You want to see all your windows? Just click on Windows and Show All. Okay. Okay. So if you right click on it, okay, right click on the momentum. It might be. I'm not saying it's 100%. Go to Properties. Right click. Go to Properties, and there's a little pop up. If Actions is checked, that means you've got a sound loaded on it. Okay. So right click on it. Properties. Click on Properties, and box pops up. If you have Actions checked, that means you've got a sound alert on it. It might not be Momo, but I'm just showing you how you can check each window the same way. Yeah, right click on it, go down to properties, and then check to see if you have anything that's checked with actions. Okay, well, you may want to get rid of a lot of, now you'll have to go through each alert window. Okay, if you have a multi-strategy window, an M window, an alert window, you might have your price alerts. If you have AI, I don't know if you have our AI, they all have the capability of putting sound alerts. So you're gonna have to go through each one of them. Other thing is, you might want to get rid of a lot of windows that you don't need once the market opens by exiting it out and then saving that layout. Also, do me a favor. If you right click on any one of them, right click, is anything pinned? Is pinned checked? Okay. Do me a favor. Don't pin. If it's not checked, that's fine. So if you right click on any one of those windows, is pinned checked? All right, guys, HNF, VOR making not quite. It's right at the VWAP still. Wow, ATNF just took out the high of the day, guys, through the VWAP, on the move here. An amazing 2 day run. Would not have predicted this. Too close for me. Okay, the UPXI is showing up on the gap continuation scan, but it's too close for me. The next high, 18, it's only 30 cents away. A moment, guys. Okay, ZVRA. I am maybe interested in a short of this one. This is showing up in the gap down and gold. This is an earnings play. You want to see? Really depends. I don't think there's any best in. Okay, it really depends on what charting you like. What time frame you like on your charts. Some love 2 minute charts, some five, some 15. Okay, so it really, I wouldn't say there's any best for the trade wave. I would just pick the time frame that you would like to trade, like you like to look at normally. I happen to have it on a 5 minute chart, but there's nothing. I don't have it. I only have trade wave open on one time frame. I happen to like it on a five, but you might like it on a two, you might like it on a 15, you might like it on a 10. Really, it's there's no such thing as best. Well, this is a gap up and go right now, guys. Have I missed it though? Give me a moment here. Have I missed it? And the alert was at 31.40. Yeah, I'm about 50 cents too slow here. Um, $33 is the next high, so got about a little more than a dollar to the next high. Yeah, another one gap up and go. It's going to get well. You can see there's a high right there, daily high, and that next daily high is for me just a little too close. I'm looking for lots of room that a stock could run before it hits the next high, and of course it depends on the price of the security. Another one, look left. I mean, $14 could stop it. Well, guys, here's the BMNR at yesterday's high now. Well, this was the one I really missed. I mean, this is a nice one from our AI guys. It was a great take right on the open, which I don't do, but okay, if you do, it did pull back. I've got to show you this, okay? And this is why you've got to take this. If you have the AI, just get rid of that profitable, like don't check profitable trades, okay? Have it unchecked. Look what happened to WBDN. Now, we had an alert at 1467. Let me see where that was. Yeah. So we had an alert at 1467. From up to about 15, not bad. But then look what it did. It pulled back into this stop. So if you had taken that one and you obeyed your stop, you could have made a little bit of money. But then, if you obeyed your stop, you would have got stopped out there. But we have what we call a reentry. Okay, a reentry is halfway between the entry price and the stop price. If at any time the stock hits the stop price for whatever reason, and then goes halfway between, so 1467, 1423, halfway is 1445, you have a re-entry. Okay, many people who use the AI don't even bother with the first alert. They wait for re-entries. Now, sometimes you may not get any during the day, but 1445, a re-entry, a little bit better than that 1467. And look at it now. I'm not saying they're all going to do this. The GBI had a reentry at 537. It hasn't really moved that much, but it could. 539 now. So I would add that reentry column. All you have to do is right click on it, go to columns, and if you scroll down, all in alphabetical order, at least put in the reentry price. You'll also get a sound alert on it, just like you can put a sound alert when you get an alert, okay? And you can put a sound, and you'll get the same sound alert if the entry is triggered. Does that make sense? If it, I go over this, I'll go over this a little bit later also. Now, if you're new to trade ideas, don't get too overwhelmed by all this. I mean, it's a software program. There is a lot. Yes, there's a lot to the program. You don't have to learn absolutely everything. What I'm trying to do, though, is show you some of the things that I think, especially if you have the AI, how you should maybe be viewing the AI alerts and adding this reentry column. Okay. All right, guys. I'm getting close to 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, I go over my homepage in more detail, doing the scans, of course. Now here is something I don't know what that means. I'm in a development build, and I've got a little R there. I don't know what that means. And there's a purple line across it. No, I mean nothing right now. Relax. I should have found a way to get into WTN. Okay, so you don't see anything in your no, you are a subscriber, right, Imran? Okay. So you not have now, did you shut down Trade Ideas last night? You always have to shut down Trade Ideas every evening, okay? And then reload and then start it up in the morning, okay? You have to shut down Trade Ideas every evening. That can be a problem, but if you don't see this, you don't see these. You have this window though. The one I suggest people. This is all they really should look at all day. Okay, and it's blank. Oh, you mean you don't see the symbol? Maybe do this. Drag it out. It's possible. It's possible that it's maybe or maybe it's hard to believe. I mean, that has to be the default, to have a symbol. Like most of these are default. I mean, I added these, and most of these columns are defaults. But I mean, if you have, maybe you accidentally got rid of it. But if you, all you have to do is right click, and on it columns, and it's alphabetical order. Just scroll down. There's this symbol. Left click on it. Left click on it to highlight it, and then left arrow it over. Okay. Or, yeah, but you're Yeah, so you're not in the right one for me anyway, okay? Or wait a minute, maybe you are, but yeah, you just got more. This is what I would do. Click on new and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? Click on that. You shouldn't see all of what you're seeing. I think it's too muddled, in my opinion. Okay. So click on premium AI strategy trades window, right in there. It's too much coming at you. I think to me this is just cleaner. Okay. Way cleaner to look at. And then you can add the reentry column. Yeah, if I'm paying more attention, I should be in the GBIO on that around the 537 mark. I mean, it's 570 now. Again, guys, that reentry, a reentry, have that up and running. No, 161. No, no. I look left on the daily chart to see how much room it can have to run before it hits that next high. I don't want to take it above that next high. I want to see a lot of room before it hits that next high. And a lot of room is subjective, obviously. I mean, depends on the price of the stock. I mean, if it's a $1 stock and the next high is a dollar 40, 40 cents away, that's fine. But if it's not that I trade $100 stocks, but if I'm in a $100 stock and then the next high is at $100.40, that's too close for me on a percentage basis. So I'm not looking. No, no. I'm not waiting for it to take out the next high looking left. I'm just I want to see where that high is to see how much room it has to run until it hits that next high, if in fact it can. Not just because the next high is far away doesn't mean it's going to, of course. But I just like to see a lot of room for a stock to run before it hits any sort of a daily high or a weekly high or a monthly high. Consequently, I don't take a lot of trades. Pretty pretty selective. So here I'm getting this on the gap continuation scanner, and the alert came in around 1370, but I look here and I see 14. I'm not going to take the trade. Okay, if the next high had been up here at around 1467 when I look left, that would have been way more attractive to me. Now it doesn't mean that it's not going to blow right through all this, but that's just the way I look at it. I'm missing. I'm just missing trades here, guys. Couple shorts from Pepe Scan. Actually, we haven't had a lot of halts today. Normally, this halt resume scanner is a lot more active. So NAOV just got halted on the way down. Okay. Well, I know there were people waiting for it. JTV. When it trades, somebody said maybe around 1 o'clock. Siri, you mean the stock? It's got. I mean, it's got 30 cents of that next high. Yeah, it's had definitely a nice 3 15-minute bars. No question about it. There's that okay, there's the BSLK. These are projections, okay? They've projected. So look where it's got up to 439. There's that high right there, 434. It got into that high. Can it take it out if it can? 474. That's certainly enough room. If you took it right here and it got all the way to 474, of course that'd be enough room. But there's no guarantee it's going to do that, of course. But that's kind of what I look at. But it's got to take out that high again, 434. It briefly took it out, got up to 440, and then pulled back into it. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:06, so I'm going to go over my homepage right now. The information you can find on it, including how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and get 25% off. So stick around. I'm going to go over the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. All I ask, use my code, whatever the code is. In fact, save my homepage link because if you're going to come into the main room every day, you're going to have to save the link, click on that education section, and you see right here, the free trading room. Okay, I have to do that. So save my homepage link. Now, saving the link or using my promo code really helps to keep the room free. The company tracks these promo codes that are out there. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep the room free. It's really that simple. Okay, scroll down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Unfortunately, this week's trade of the week did not trigger. It was RLK and was going to trigger on a pullback and never pulled back to the level. Didn't mean you couldn't take the trade at any point, but it did not pull back to the level. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, before you contact us, saying, "Hey, I'm not getting it." There's the education section right here. So the first thing you must do if you have taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, these short videos, okay, called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. It is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. We've tried to, in these short videos, we've tried to, well, get you started very quickly in very short videos. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about potentially getting it, but you're not sure it's the program for you, well, what I would do, start off with that second video and watch the other ones, the remaining ones, and that might help make up your mind whether or not this is a good fit for you. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Back to basics. Now, if you're looking for my scans, so you're at the top here, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So the ones you can actually see, this is the change in 5 minutes. See how you can get a negative number here. That means the stock is pulled back. Okay, and this is a change, percent change within a 5 minute period. So here's the VOR. Here's the MNTS. These are negative numbers. That means they pull back. I'll go over this in a little more detail later. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. These two. Single stock window is here. Momentum scan is here. Now, I have two other monitors. This is the combo scan, which I should have, two great shorts so far. And there it is right here. And also the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. Okay. So I'm not trying to hide them or anything. I just I don't want to overwhelm the screen that I'm sharing with you. But there they are. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, and the room, the main room, as I call it. This is what the main room looks like. Okay, a lot more action in it than YouTube room. Nothing wrong with staying in YouTube, but there is more action, more activity amongst traders in the main room. That room is open at around 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. Chris Farley at Trade Ideas does that. I get on the mic at about 9. You'll ask me, why so late? Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's too early for me to open the room at 4:30. So I get on the, I'm up before 9, of course, but I've got some preparation to do. So I get on the mic at about 9, and I try to open the YouTube room sometime between about 8:30 and 8:40. Okay. Now I go until sometime between 2 and 2:30. I don't see William today, but a lot of times William will keep the room open after I leave. I just don't see him today. If he's late coming in. Okay, so that is the so that's the deal in these. Now it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions about certainly about trade ideas all day long. If you have an excuse me, an accounting type question, I probably can't answer it, but I can direct you to the people who can. I'll give you an email that you can contact if you have an accounting type question. Okay. Okay. Okay, how I like to demonstrate the power of trade ideas is by looking at this momentum scan. But I've got a couple of questions. Well, CART, I don't know what more I can say. I mean, I guess it's been hammered down because the CEO and chairman sold a lot of shares. I mean, it looks like it's trying to find a bottom, but it's still hard. I mean, trying to play bottoms and tops, not the easiest thing in the world. It looks like it's trying to find a bottom. There is the 200-day moving average right down there. So, it still has a ways to go, less than $1 to that. So, it may. But again, it got hammered down because I don't know if this chairman and the CEO, I don't, or the chairman and or the CEO sold a lot of stock, 64,000 shares. So, but that news was actually after hours yesterday. So I don't know if this is a massive delayed reaction or is there some other news? I really don't know. Well, again, Ian, I would definitely add the reentry. Okay, add that reentry if you haven't done that already. If you I probably went over this maybe too quickly. This is the window that I would have open for the AI. Okay, nothing else. Anything else, like from the channel, it's just too complicated in my opinion. I think this is just so uncomplicated. So, do you know how to load this? Yes. And then, did you add the reentry, the reentry time, or the reentry price? Did you add that? Okay, perfect. Well, yeah. I mean, you may get one later on. You may get another reentry later on. One of these. Some days you don't get any. Because it has to hit the stock has to hit the stop at some point, and then has to come halfway between the original alert price and that stop price. So, I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. But I mean, the WBTN was awesome, and this one, GBIO, awesome. 537, 6602 now. Now, the other thing about the AI, and for me, anything, I don't just trade just because I get an alert in the AI. I don't immediately take the trade. I get an alert in any one of my scans. I'm always clicking on the symbol, always going to look left, always want to see, what is it? What is the chart trying to tell me? Just because it's an AI alert doesn't mean, it's perfect for me. When I see why you're even asking about cart, Imran, I didn't realize it was an AI alert. Now that's, I mean, it is an AI alert to short. You've got, I probably, I mean, I don't know if I would take it. I would have to, number one, wait for a whole number break. But then, there's that 200-day moving average, which would only be about 40 cents away. To me, that's so, the 200-day moving average could act as support. So that, to me, shorting it down here for me would probably not, for me, would not be the way to go. That's me. All right. Well, things have slowed down for me a little bit here. I would say, well, I would say I have two misses of the day that I should be in. Is the WBTN and the GBIO. Just a little distracted, but and both of them on the reentry. Even the ZVR, ZVRA. I was talking about this one as a potential short. The alert around 980, 929 now. So again, guys, I mean, I'm trying to point out opportunities. The fact that I don't or can't take them because of distraction reasons. I'm trying to point out opportunities. Sometimes they won't meet your trading style or plan, and that's fine. Trying to point out opportunities. Some of you won't short, that's fine. So let me go over this momentum scan. I just want to, for those of you who are new, either just new to trade ideas or don't have trade ideas and are showing up in this room wondering what it's all about, I want to show you this momentum scan or demonstrate trade ideas, what I think separates us from every other program. So in this momentum scan, it's an alert window right here. I'm going to click on configure, and I'm going to click on summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. And again, this is what I'm sharing on my homepage. So this is what it's looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, that means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So right now we're at 10:18 Eastern time. Okay, so ZVRA trending up at 11 times. That's why it won't. Well, first of all, this is only long opportunities, but that's why it's not would not show up anyway because that's a high relative volume. Current volume is at least 500,000 shares. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Many screening programs are out there. Nothing wrong with a screening program. We, of course, can screen. This is an example of screening right here, this top list window. So screening is typically, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are changing the most in a 5-minute period. This is what this is doing, creating a list for you. That's an example of screening. What we do is we can screen, of course, as demonstrated, but we can take it one step further. We can apply what we call a trigger to the screening values. So if all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So there's the ATNF just making another real-time, a real-time high. It's a new high of the day, sorry, a new high of the day. These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here. Okay, so ATNF at 10:20 plus 18 seconds at 17:40, met all the filter requirements, I made a new high for the day. That's how this works. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. If you want to make changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Maybe in the values itself, these values that I'm using. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe there's a filter that you like. Maybe you want to add it into this scan. Go ahead. Okay. It just happens to be what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Now, building your own scan from scratch, you can do that also. This time I'm going to click on search. Now, again, if you're new, don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn. You have to learn all of these real-time alerts that we've got here. So at the very top, two most popular ones, new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. All these icons represent real-time alerts. And if I scroll down more, these icons represent the filters that we've got. Now, again, you don't have to learn them all. The reason there are so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt most people probably would not want to have to learn or have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they said, okay, well, let's try to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that if you had any trading experience at all, you could find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. So that's why there are so many. You don't have to learn them all, though. Now, if you have no trading experience at all, I would recommend you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and go to the Back to Basics, all those series of videos. Because if you don't know what you're looking at, if you click you create a scan or you click on a symbol, you take some of my off my homepage and you click on a symbol and you're staring at these charts and saying, well, I don't know what it's trying to tell me. You're going to have to understand how to read a chart. And we have a simulator you can use using our real-time data to practice trading. But for me personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. I don't use any of the other ones and just a handful of the filters. Now, doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means that I don't need them for my trading style. Your trading style may be very different though. So consequently, that's why we have so many of them. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Ooh, another miss by me on the BSLK on the gap up and go. 367 was the alert. You can see it. I see that up arrow right there. That up arrow right there. That's got nothing to do with go long or short. Okay, it's just telling me that's the candle. I'm on a 15-minute candle. That's the candle in which the alert happened, or the bar in this case. That's on a 15-minute chart, and here it is on a 5-minute chart. All it's telling you. Okay, and then you can see, well, what did it do from there? Well, pretty darn good. No, there's no way to track a specific stock. No. Question was, can the AI track a specific stock? No. I'm staring at this one. Now, this was my idea to watch right on the open. Some of these. Of course, it had news about Disney too, so I don't think it's just all about its earnings play, but it had news about Disney, and maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow, one of these flying under the radar, or not IPO, but earnings plays, right from the gate, right off the bat. I typically don't like to trade in the first 15, but I might make an exception tomorrow if I find one that they don't all do this, of course, but Not really. TradeWave is just, crosses, EMA crosses. That's all it's showing you. It's not using machine learning as far as I know. So the arrow will show up on, when you click on an alert. See, if I click on MNTS, now I think it's only in an alert window, okay, and a multi-strategy window, not in a top list window, okay? So watch what happens when I click on CRNC down here at 9:35. So I'm clicking on CRNC at 9:35, and the up arrow will appear. There's nothing for you to do. It's automatic, okay? But it has to be from multi-strategy window or an alert window, not from a top list window to get that arrow. Like if I click on Mimi down here, okay. See there's the and the up arrow again. It's not the direction. It's just telling you where on what candle or bar the alert happened. So if I'm on a 15-minute chart, it's on that 15-minute bar. If I'm on a 5-minute chart, it's on that 5-minute bar. Okay. Yeah, Dan is should be Dan. I'll have to confirm it. No, unfortunately, I wanted to Thomas in our YouTube room asking me about the WVPN, but I unfortunately got a little distracted. Let me just confirm that it's going to be Dan today. The question is it going to be Dan? Dan Birkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, he has been doing. Yeah, I stream in YouTube at the same time as in the main room. And one of the other traders takes over for me at noon. Dan's a little special. He starts his own stream. And so, but he'll be there between 12 and 1, not in the same YouTube stream. And I'll give you the link before I leave at noon, just for my break. I'm not forever, just for my break. So I just want to confirm it's going to be Dan. So, Grog, are you talking about in the trade wave? Are you talking about the trade wave in terms of the average is automatic? Yeah. Okay. No, you can actually you can do it yourself now. Depends on the version of trade ideas you're in. Okay. You're first. I'm assuming you have it. You already have a trade wave on your chart, Grog, so you can see the wave. No. Okay. So for those of you who want to add the trade wave, and this is part of the standard service, okay, the first thing you have to do on your chart is right click and you see where it says use browser interface. If you do not have that checked, check it. See what happens when I uncheck it? Disappears. The wave disappears. Now, that's getting ahead of myself, but you have to have use browser interface checked. It's not by checking use browser interface it's going to appear. There's another step, but that's the first thing you have to do. Okay, make sure on your chart you right click on it and then that option down there that says use browser interface. Check it. Okay, that's number one. I'll use Grog as my test subject. Okay, so did you check it? And the chart should change a little bit. You should get more information up here. Okay, so you've done it. I'm gonna assume when you say okay, you've done it. Now depends on the version of trade ideas you have. You might see FX is one of those options. You see, I have a heart up here. I'm pointing at the heart, the clock. FX could be one of the options up here. Now, if it's not, then it's going to be in the little candlestick. It depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're in. The little, I'm sorry, the indicators. There's a little indicator icon. When you click on it, TradeWave shows up. They should have this just here. It's so crazy that they make you do all this. Because you have to click on TradeWave. If I click on it now, it's a toggle on and off. Okay, so now I have to click on it again. Okay, and now it's showing up. Now it's showing up again. Now, to answer your question, beside TradeWave, there's an icon. You click on it, and here's how you can adjust whatever you want. Okay, the crossovers. The default is the 5 and the 8. Okay, that's the default. But you can, as you can see, you can you have total control over what you want to see. So if you have something that else that you'd rather see, go ahead. I've just left that on the default. Awesome short for the ZVRA. Remember when I was talking about it, I said this was a well, this is not the one that was a lifetime low, but ZVRA. I mean, this was just a great earnings play to short. The VSLK guys. That's another. I call it. I don't want to call it necessarily a miss by me. I'm not saying I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it. I don't know what that R means. That's crazy. I'm on a development build. I'm wondering if finally they've been able to add 36. I have to ask the guys. Okay, just give me a moment. I have to, first of all, confirm it'll be Dan. Yeah, I have to find out what this R. Pepe, I'm sure you don't know. Well, maybe you do know. I don't know what that R is. I didn't see it yesterday. Again, I'm on a development version. Boy, this VSLK. Look at the float, guys. That's what it's all about. Well, when I say all about, there's only one way a stock can usually, anyway, be up 150% is because it's a low float situation. Now, I don't put float information anymore but people ask, well, how is that possible? How can a stock be up 150%? It's because of the float. I believe you said Psalm 27. I believe you said that. Dak, but you did not. I was wondering if you got back into that ATNF yesterday on that 10 break. That got all the way up. I didn't hold it all the way to 13, but boy, that was a nice late day trade. Oh, you thought it was green? Okay. I'm trying to give you credit. Well done, Pepe. For now, I will, now I'm noticing it's not showing up here, but if I now it's down there. Okay, guys, I am putting an alert 3:33 for the sorry, the X4. So we had sorry, I think I had myself on mute, but I had my the reentry 329. But it did get stopped out. All right. So the Billy pulled back. So I'm not interested now. BILI, not interested now. Okay. So Wedbush is putting a price alert, not a price alert, but a price target of 22 from 16 on the STOK. So this could be this is sort of a gap up and go, not sort of, it shows up on the gap up and go. Oh, I've never really looked at it that way, Nayakim. Question is, with IB, when a stock hasn't had shorts to short for a week or two, and then all of a sudden some shorts become available, is that a good sign or a bad sign for the stock? Well, it just means that all I can say, it means that people have covered, obviously, and maybe they think that's, I mean, it could be a good sign, I suppose, but I wouldn't, I wouldn't base a strategy on that necessarily, but it just means that there's a lot of covering that's taken place. And so I guess in theory, I know what you mean. It might mean, okay. You also have to check the like how many shorts became available also. I mean, was it 10,000 shares or a million shares? Okay, guys, well, I'm holding out for this about the 333 mark for the X4. And of course, that's just Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, depends on all the other brokers that are out there that have shorts available for a specific stock. Well, remember when UPXI was just ripping higher? Now look at it now. Look at it now. UPXI, it's not negative yet, but it is really fell. All right, maybe this could be interesting. KLC, this is a reversal play. Okay, it got down and reversed, and the next high, of course, because it's an earnings play, got thumped down, still down 18%, but it is a bit of a reversal play. I think reversal plays would work a little bit better if the market is not moving down, though. Okay, now how to use this tree map when you see a negative number. So here's the BSLK, minus 7.9%. That means it's moved within a 5-minute period. It's been almost down 8%. You can see the move down. So if you're more of a pullback player and you have maybe a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock pull back into before you and watch it to see if it bounces off it, or maybe the VWAP, that purple line there, it depends on your style of trading. You can watch this, to see is it pulling back into an area that for you has acted as support. I don't mean on this specific stock, of course, but just in general, some moving average or the VWAP, if that's how you play stocks. So that's how you can use a negative number here for pullbacks. Well, that's why I waited on the Explorer, guys. It says, go all the way back to $3, so that's why I waited. Okay, so I've been told this can be used. This is sort of a resistance area, either moving down or moving up. I don't know if you're going to see them on. I don't know if you're going to see them about. Well, maybe you will. I'm going to have to check. So that's what I've been told. This is auto generated, some kind of a resistance, a support line or whatever. That's what I have been told. I don't know if it's going to be the same as this though. No, it is different. Okay. Or is it? That might just be the smart stop a little more clearly defined, maybe. See if I could click on a few more of them. Yeah, so it might be way down here. I have to click on maybe MNTS. I'm just wanting to see. No? Okay, here we go. That is definitely not. Okay, it is another way of looking at resistance, I guess. That's or support. Interesting, because it got nothing to do with the smart stop now. Well, that's not bad, because I mean, I would look at this and say, okay, yeah, that could be a support area. So if you're looking to, take this one as an example right here, you could be looking at this, and I can see what it's looking at on a 5. Now, let's see what it looks like on I get the browser interface. Yeah, on a 15-minute chart. So yeah, it depends on the time frame you're looking at. Okay. Though in this case, it's exactly the same. Let me go to another. Hmm, appears it's sort of the same price in both 430. Anyway, I don't. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't like having. Though my this new build has been pretty good so far, Pepe. Like really good, not just pretty good, but excellent. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So all those. So for instance, this when we were talking about yesterday, the TI strength or pattern recognition. Whoa, there's the ATNF now really starting to give it up. Not shortable for me. So at the beginning, this was a gap up and go. Now this is a gap up and reverse, still positive for the day. I wonder if that's too close. At 621, 624 on the for the GBIO on the weekly chart, 620. Thinking about taking this now over that six level. I like taking stocks over whole numbers, but I'm just thinking that might be too close for me right here. I didn't see anything in the economic calendar today of note. No Fed guys talking. No data that I could see any of that would see anyway that was coming out. Well, that's why I didn't post anything today in the alert section. Okay, guys, CAE. Got a little bit of room down to the 26 level. It is showing up on the gap down and go scan. Showed up right there, guys. 2705, 2705, and the gap down and go. The GBIO, well, I may be completely, it may not stop at that 630. So I cannot re-emphasize more or emphasize more. The reentry columns, guys. If you have our AI, just look at now. I don't know what's happening with the now. See, X4 did not do it. Okay, X4 did not do it from that 329, but it may happen later on. It may happen later on. So that's why you just put a price alert. But look at these two: 1445, 1658 now, 537, 637 now. If you just forget about the original alerts, 'cause sometimes they're a little early. Stock hasn't had a time to settle down, and not that this is really. I mean, look, the exit was at 942, and that reentry happened at 943. So I'm only a minute later, and in this one, 3 minutes late. Sorry, what's the time? That doesn't make sense. Reentry time at 946, and the exit was 948. Well, anyway, bottom line is, I would just wait. I would, if you're new to this, I would even just wait for the reentries. Think of it this way: maybe the AI had the right idea, but it was just a little bit early. Just give me one moment, please. Let's say, so Thomas asked the question, how do you know whether you should wait for a reentry? I'm not saying you, I'm just saying that a lot of people who have our AI, they just wait for the reentry. Okay. If it happens, it doesn't happen every day, I mean, and remember what has to happen. It has to hit the stop and then get halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. And, just, I'm not, when I say you should wait, you don't have to, but if I were really following this every single day, that's what I would wait for. I wouldn't take the original alerts. I would wait for a reentry. Problem is, maybe, some days you're not gonna get any reentries, and they don't all work. I'm not saying they're all going to work, of course. So, there's no, to answer your question, how do you know if you should wait? Well, you don't have to, but I have a recommendation. Well, think about it this way, is that if it hit the reentry, that means that it got stopped out. So maybe the original idea was just a little bit early, okay? A little bit early. And then later on, it gives you and the reentry, of course, is going to be a slightly better price of taking the trade. In these cheap ones, they're going to be fairly close to the, I mean, 545, uh, 537, pretty close. But some of the more expensive ones, you could see some, 50, 60 cents difference. Well, you call it the rule. The math is, I mean, it's nothing scientific, Thomas. It's just halfway between the entry price and the stop price. So again, it has to hit the stop price at some point in the day, and then it has to get halfway between, in this particular case, halfway between the stop price and the entry price. So 545, 529, halfway between is 537. That's it. It's just halfway. Nothing highly scientific, but that's when, and then you get a trigger, and you have a sound alert on it also. So if you have a sound alert for your AI, which you should, actions, and create a sound alert so you know when there is an alert. This will also give you that a sound alert. That's what I would do. I would not take. I would just say, you know what? I'm going to wait for reentries all day. Sometimes you won't get any, but of course, it's up to you. Are you taking profit only when your target has been hit? I don't put targets, so Mighty Mouse, so I'm not sure. I would never get out of a trade if it's still working. You have a target of some sort. What if it goes through your target? Or so I wouldn't get out of a trade if it's still working, just because it hits some kind of a target. Well, if it's still moving higher, it hasn't dropped a significant amount. Maybe it's basing a little bit. It's still inching its way up. That to me is it's still working. If you follow the trade wave, you know, and remember what blue means. It means the trend is still active up till it transitions to orange, things like that. And as a bit of a guide. Well, I'm in a trade, guys, and I forgot to. Well, I mentioned it. I didn't take it right at the alert. Almost forgot I was in it. It's not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but at least I took a trade. So how I would use the trade wave, I mean, I'm not looking necessarily, I mean, you can't get an alert for the buy and the sells, okay? You cannot get that alert. But if I were in a trade, okay? So this is the one, okay? Remember I mentioned it. I said we had the alert at 2705. I didn't take it right there. Been waiting for a gap down and go. So right here, so far, so far on the 5 minute anyway, the trend is still working down. Okay, so it's still working. Now, there's a part of me that would always, if you got to pop into the wave itself, I would probably take some off and then hold the rest until until it transitioned to blue. That's so is it still working? Yeah, the trend is still down. That's on a 5 minute chart. Now, on a 2 minute chart, it may be different. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure it's still probably going to be yeah, see, it's still down. It's still down. It has not transitioned. So even though we're getting a couple little blue bars here, it still is. The trend is still down. So how do I use Trade Wave? Exactly in this fashion. It helps me to keep in a trade a lot longer. I do find though on the more volatile stocks, the cheaper stocks with low floats, it's a little harder because they can jump around, get to the break the top of the wave, break the bottom of the wave, they go up and down. A little harder, in my opinion, to follow the wave, but I think on the more expensive stocks, it's a little easier, in my opinion. I don't think. Well, let's see. I don't know if it has been sorted. It, Let me try it today. Okay, that's changed a little bit. Okay, let me. See that account is still TI paper trading, but let's just see. No, it's not changed for me yet. Well, how I would probably look at things, this is a good question for Mighty Mouse. How am I balancing the time frames? If I look at if in the CAE, okay, in a 5 minute, but I start to see a little bit of blue, then I'll probably go to a 2 minute chart to see if it is transitioned to the wave is actually turned blue, just to check. Now I could have the 2 minute chart up also. I mean, there's no right or wrong, of course, Mighty Mouse, in any of this, but so far on the 2-minute chart, this is, a lot kind of, giving me some faith, but, it is, we are starting to get some blue bars here, but it's still orange. Obviously, on the lower time frames, you're gonna get more transitions from orange to blue to blue. You're gonna get a lot more transitions than on a 15 or a 5. You see how so, you know, in my past life, there's probably a part of me that said, "Okay, get out of this trade right now. Just get out. Even, just get out, 'cause it's starting to move higher a little bit." But look at this. It kept me in the trade. Now, there's a little S there has been generated. It's calling that support. I don't know how it's been generated, to be honest. So, hey, I just covered some. Just out of curiosity, I just covered some for the first time for the CAE. Let's see. I don't know how this was generated down there. Looks like the low of the day. Well, yeah, I don't know how this was generated. The other ones made a little sense to me because when I looked at a 5-minute chart, it looked like there's some bunch of candles at the bars at a certain level, and so I don't know how that was generated. Gotta have some clarification on that because it's not well. Let me go to my daily chart. Maybe that'll help. Nope. Some math is in place. So there's a 30-minute. Looks like it's all the same. It doesn't matter what time frame you look at. It looks like this line is drawn exactly the same at the bottom here, but I don't understand exactly why. 60 minutes, I'm sure it's going to be the same. Yeah, it's all the same. That doesn't really make sense to me. See, let me looking here on the weekly chart. There's a couple of weekly lows that I thought, well, maybe that was it, but no. I'll even go to the monthly chart just out of curiosity. No, there's a low below that. So I don't know. I have no explanation about why this is drawn. It's the same price every single time frame. So Ian has asked the question: is there a way to use Holly signals as a strategy in Brokers Plus? No. No, I mean, depends what you mean by. Are you talking about auto trading or what exactly are you talking about, Ian? Because you can do this. I mean, obviously, I mean, manually, you can no auto trading the AI. The best way to use the AI is to manage the trades on your own. Okay, that's the best way. I have never personally believed in auto trading anyway, but But, there's nothing stopping you from using Brokerage Plus. In a moment, if I just want to load Brokerage Plus. But if you, I mean, I know you're talking about auto trading, but so so if I click on, say, earlier on, connect. Hmm, interesting. It's not loading. Well, I don't know if this is a bug or not, because I should be able to click on a symbol and have it load in here. I know I can probably type it in, but that's not. I gotta figure that out. I must be doing something wrong. I'm gonna have to figure that out because in order to practice trading. What I was going to say, Ian, is so you could just click on the alert as it happens when you get it, and then it's going to load. It should be loading into Brokerage Plus, and from there you trade it. Now, if you're, I don't see who's your broker, Ian? No, you won't have the money machine. This is Rick. You won't have the money machine. This is only for internal testing right now, and I can't even do it. Yeah, so Webull doesn't. We don't. Even if you had auto trade, even if you allowed auto trading, you couldn't use Webull. Okay. Now the other thing is, how many trades do you think you're going to be taking a day, Ian? Like, are you a super active trader, or I mean, there's no real reason. I mean, heresy, but there's no real reason to use Brokerage Plus. Okay. I mean, I have Interactive Brokers also, and granted, I've had it for a long, long, long time, 9 years now, and I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers. So this is where you may not know, or what you might not know. We have a tool. We have what's called we have something in our tools that's called external linking. Okay, and notice I am linked right now to Interactive Brokers. It's easy to set it up. You can't do it with Webull though. It's easy to set it up. You just follow these instructions, add the link, etc. So what happens is when I click on a symbol, so I'll click on BSLK right now, and it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, right into my order entry. From there, I trade it. There's no huge reason to use Brokerage Plus, if that makes sense. And for somebody like me who's clicking on many symbols all day long, yeah, it would be a real pain. It'd be a real pain if I had to type the symbols in, but you don't have to. Oh, wow, look at that WBTN. So does that make sense, Ian? So we have a tool in our toolbar. Click on tools, external linking. You can't do it with Webull though because it's web-based, I guess. So and external linking, and then you just follow these instructions. So if you get Interactive Brokers, You can see I'm attached to my Interactive Brokers. So there's no real need to use Brokerage Plus, in my opinion. Man, I should replay what I said about WBTN guys in the pre-market. So this could be the one, a cheap earnings play, flying under the radar, could move right off the bat. No idea what do this, of course, and of course it had the Disney news also. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's up to the individual. If you want to use Brokerage Plus, that's fine. I just never have really found a burning desire or need to use Brokerage Plus. And that, again, is because I've been using Interactive Brokers for years now. I'm just so used to trading from within it. Where could this go? I mean, look at this on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there is the next high on the monthly chart for WBTN. And you see how the wave is keeping you in the trade? A couple little jogs down, not horrible, like nothing piercing the bottom of that of the wave, and then jumping back up. Okay, so Mighty Mouse trade still working. Okay, that if you, I'm not saying you've had to follow trade wave 100% of the time, but to me it gives you a little peace of mind that okay, it's trying to tell you the trade is still the trend is still with you if you're long. I'm out of the CAE now, of course, before because you can just see what happened. And it's on the 2 minute. See that little, but I got out before. I mean, I'm not crazy. I mean, when I start to see this sort of trend going like that, and I know I mean, it had room down to 25, what, 62? That's on the monthly chart, on the daily chart, I think. Well, there was a low, but also we had that little resistance, didn't we? We had that little R that was showing up. So maybe it does know something, guys. Seriously, look at the R. I think it was on this one. So you could, if we're supposed to look at this as that potential resistance as it was coming into it, but it broke through it. Now that is acting as support. I mean, I'd like to know the math behind it a little bit more, but I mean, it made a little more sense here if you were looking at it here and you saw these tops right there. But yeah, the BSLK. I don't want to overthink or like overthink everything though. But man, and it's and again, how can it be up 211%? Yeah, it's the float. I mean, it's at 1.39 million or so. I think maybe somebody told me it was even lower, but it's very low. It's the only way usually these things can move like this. And it's only because it's not even an earnings play technically. So not that I can see anyway. It's just that they've reported year-over-year increase in Q2. Well, I don't even try to define it, Rick. Algo trading, or it is what it is. I don't know. I mean, the volume is coming in still strong, 120 million. I mean, look at the float turnover is 86. If our float information is more or less correct. So it got right to this weekly high that I was a little concerned about. 623. It's a little bit above it. Got it. Well, got it 20 cents above it. So maybe this will present the next high. See, the next high is right there at 638. I mean, if it takes that out, look out. I mean, that's a big lookout. Okay, 750. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but okay. In a moment. This is what I was talking about. You look at GBIO, a little more. Yes, yes, yes. The wave is still. The trend is still up. But look at these piercings here. I mean, this went from what 616 down to 561. Pretty tough, to well hold on to your entire position and something like that happen. In my opinion, anyway. Okay, that's what I mean on the ones that are cheaper and pretty volatile. A little harder, even though yeah, the wave is telling you that's still strong, but you'd have to take some off, in my opinion. Oh, the CAE, not in it anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I've never had E Trade before. People say our IB connection is really good. I don't. I'm sure it's pretty good with E Trade, though. Going forward, if you're interested in things like the money machine and development, probably IB is better. But I am but I've never had E Trade before. Yeah, E Trade has no commission. IB, if you're connecting and using it with Brokers Plus, you have to be using the pro version, not the light version. So Does it bother me? Well, first of all, I'm in Canada, so that light version is not available for me anyway, but we do not connect to it. Oh, BSLK just had a massive pop, guys. Look at that massive pop. It's sort of in a nutshell, Jeanette. Jeanette, yeah, in a nutshell. I mean, it can. It's there's nothing that is 100%, of course. Okay, but I have been using this for quite a while now, and it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag. If I'd been in this trade, the BSLK right here, I'd be saying, okay, okay. But now that look how parabolic it's gone though, right now. If I had shorts for this one, I'd probably take some shorts. Possible I get destroyed, but because I'm intrigued with this whatever, however this has been calculated, will, but it just popped above it now. So I mean, it's something that's so volatile. I mean, I probably wouldn't be paying as much attention, but well, there you go, Pepe. Yeah, a lot of people say at the market open. Depends if you want to trade right at the market open. E-Trade, I mean, they make no bones about it. They say, but too many people say that about E-Trade. But if you want to wait 15 minutes like I do, it's probably okay. But so I mean, I have to admit, it's the gap down and go and the reversal plays that I tend to pay a little more attention to in the gap continuation or reversal scans. But as everything, it's all about clicking on it and seeing how much room it's got. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with E-Trade. I mean, I'm sure, but we definitely have a better deal going with IB in terms of, as Pepe said, their API. There you go. So Pepe has used both, so you could take it from him. Well, that's how I look at things, Jeanette. How much room does a stock have to have, to run before it hits the next high? Yeah, I looked at KLC earlier. I mean, KLC, yeah, that was a gap down in reverse, but it didn't really do much. I mean, I had the alert was at 10:44, 8:04. Didn't really do anything though. I mean, a little bit of a pop, but I'm not as enamored with the gap up and reversals. I'm sorry, the gap down and reversals, because for all the reasons the stock is down so much, they're still in play, and this is an earnings play, okay? So, we really take a bunch. Now, if it's a gap down and reversal, and maybe, it's more market related, maybe the market was down at the beginning of the day, and then the market starts to recover, and you start getting some gap down and reversal plays, you know, then I will take more, I'll probably look at it a lot better or more. But, again, I the only reason I don't disable it, and another when I say disable, uncheck it, is just in case we get a situation where stock has gapped down because of more because of the market, not because it has some bad news on its own. So if that makes sense. All right, guys, 11:32. So I think I had a confirmation it'll be Dan. Just give me a moment. Oh, I'm going to assume they didn't answer, but I'm going to assume it's going to be Dan at noon, starting a YouTube stream. So it won't be in the same stream, YouTuber. So I'll have to give you another link, another YouTube link, and then you guys can head over and listen to Dan if you want. He's the CEO of Trade Ideas, and he's been doing the Wednesday 12 to noon to 1 for quite a while now, the odd time off when he's on vacation or something. But so opportunity to ask the CEO all sorts of questions. Okay. Okay, so this TKC actually got halted for news. Okay, TKC got halted for news. See, this was a gap up and go that I almost took. I didn't. The STOK, and you can see beautiful beautiful wave up, and it's through that little R so far. The alert was at here. 10:41 was the time. 15:54 was the alert. So this is the don't repeat version of this. Okay. And so what I'm able to do is to go back in time and see, well, what happened from that alert? So if you want that, I can give it to you if you care. If you don't care, fine. So this will only show me the nice thing about this though is that I can, well, never mind. If you don't care, I can give this to anybody who wants it, okay? Happy the don't repeat works really well now because now you can get the symbol several times if it gets into either the strategies or the scans. With this, sure. I don't think I have any, I think I'll save and share it. Okay, so that is it, and now when you and for anybody else also, when you load my one of my scans, if you go to my homepage and you load something from me, you're only gonna see the last ones, okay? You're not gonna see everything that happened earlier. So for instance, if you loaded my momentum scan, you'd probably only see the WBTN at the top. You won't see all the original, all the ones that happened before. So if you load one of my scans and, hey, it's not working, how come I'm not seeing all these? That's the reason. It'll start to only start populating at the time of when you loaded the scan. Now there is a, sound alert on this, okay, Rick, there is a sound alert on this, I believe. Yeah, so and I think it says trade ideas, so so know that. So again, GBio has got that, $7 price target, not that it has to hit that. And all the only reason this is up, I mean, they're looking at a strategic review, which means, and they're cutting jobs and all that. So basically what they're trying to do is, maybe we're gonna sell ourselves. So it's not like it's massively positive news that a drug that they're what are they? They are a drug company. Why don't they just say you're gonna do altcoins? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. I see CART is just sort of resting now. It had a little pop off the 45 level, but it's just kind of resting. I don't think William showed up today. So, whoa. Okay. Well, guys, that's it. Okay. Price alerts, right? Price alerts, price alerts. Where are you, RC? I'm looking for new ones, Rick. And some of these crazy companies, like a GBIO, not them, but some of these little bios, they're saying, you know what, we couldn't make money as a bio, but we're going to invest in some kind of an altcoin, and that's what we've. So I'm just looking for a new one today, kind of like the ATNF yesterday. ATNF may have, it may not have been. Let me see if I can see. I mean, it's possible that even here they have been saying they were doing it, but yesterday, I mean, they had the massive news on it. Okay, and Ethereum. Better if it's Bitcoin or Ethereum, I suppose, but I didn't see one today. I didn't see a new one today. Now, what could be the one? See, we have a late dayer today. What could be the one? Could be, oh man, I should have been. See, I kind of talked myself out of it, even though talked myself out of holding this one, the CAE, mainly because, well, I got out of, there was that resistance line right there. So that's where I took some off. And then as that is moving higher, I could still be in this trade though, in theory. Take a look at on a 2-minute chart. Had that little brief little blue right there. So the BSLK, let's take a look at this one. I mean, the BSLK, we see on the weekly chart, it's above that high. So let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. So the next high is up here, 997.10. So yeah, I mean, this has a, potentially a shot at being one of those ones that maybe rests a bit and sometime in the afternoon takes out that high and just explodes. Though it doesn't have as much room as I'd like. Remember the AT&F yesterday had a ton of room. Remember when it was sitting around $10, you looked left and it had 17. So it's not quite the same as the AT&F. It had just a massive amount of room to run, and it did. And look what it did today. Almost got to that. In fact, I think in the pre-market, it might have gone over that. So are you asking, can we short? Are you talking, you and me? I can't. There's no shorts available, Interactive Brokers, if that's what you're talking about. But I don't know who your broker is. Well, I don't understand what you mean by can I? Does your broker have shorts? Oh, hey, there's no recommendation here. I mean, it's no, no, no. I mean, this is a high flyer, low float, high flyer. It's very difficult to predict tops, in my opinion, especially for these ones. It looks like maybe it's topped out for a while, but I'm not. I don't recommend. Okay, I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be very careful what I say. The guy told me, yeah, to short it, and the next second it popped $10. You know what I mean? Also, who's your broker? Do you have shorts available? You know if you have shorts available. So do you have shorts? Do you know if you have shorts available for now? I know E-Trade is not as elegant as Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers is beautiful, has this little box that I can look at all day long, and that's what it's telling me. I'm not gonna phone them to locate shorts, on anything. If they're not available immediately, then I just take a pass. Whereas when I shorted CAE, look at that. I mean, 6.8 million shares available. So plenty of shorts available for the CAE. Now, it's interesting, GBIO actually has shorts available, 47,000. Interesting. Why are you afraid of shorting a stock? Just sort of flip the script in your head. All you hope is it moves down. You buy stock, you can be just as afraid of some of these crazy ones as buying these crazy ones that are pretty volatile. Wow. That to me, you're right, unlimited loss in theory, okay? But in practice, I mean, if you're holding a short overnight, which I've never done, suppose you run more of a risk. But if you short stocks like this, CAE, it's not gonna all of a sudden explode to $1,000, okay? But anyway, you know what? You've got to be comfortable. You got to be comfortable in doing it. So certainly not trying to demand that you short stocks, but you're sort of missing maybe half the market sometimes. Here's a new one, guys. GV. I haven't seen this one. Visionary Holdings, GV. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Yeah, pretty good volume. Not great. It's not going to show up here because look at the relative volume is only one, but and it is another low float. So that again, these big percentage moves you can usually because of the float. Yeah, I've probably shorted more than I've gone long. Also, in the last little while, Pepe, the same thing. Something's gone wrong with my chart here. Yeah. Well, I haven't, man. I mean, I really don't have any opinion on it. I mean, I know a lot of people are watching it. It might be very difficult to get it. It's very possible to get halted on the way up. All I've done is I've just put a price alert on it. So when it starts to trade, I'll know about it. But do I think it can go when it opens? I mean, in theory, sure, but it may not. Well, I'm not trying to be wishy-washy on it, but you just never know. Here is my price alert on it. 30 million, 32 to 33. That's the IPO price. People are suggesting that it could open at 70, which obviously means there's a lot of enthusiasm behind it if that happens. But how to get it? All right, guys, it is 11:51 right now. So I am going to be taking a break very soon. So again, people in YouTube, um, I'm going to give you guys, if you want, you can head out of that stream. Dan will start a new one. And for those of you who are in our main room, this is the link for our YouTube channel. Don't go yet because I think you'll get into mine. So wait till noon, okay? You can practice in the simulator, Rick, just shorting. So the answer was yes, you should have shorted BSLK, okay? Yes, you should have shorted Imran. I'm kidding. I am kidding. No, 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 no. I'm kidding. I mean, it's easy after the fact to tell you should have shorted it. I'm just kind of kidding. Triple D, DDD. Yeah. Okay. So I know that showed up in our AI yesterday. So what's your question about it? Got up to 241, closed down here. If you're asking me, should you be holding it? I mean, it sounds like you're in it, and as always, you have to have a stop. I don't know where you're stop. Are you in this one? Okay. Well, so where did you buy it? Just out of curiosity, Imran. You understanding, I talk about this quite a bit. Having a stop. Not all trades are going to work, of course. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade with a manageable loss. So I don't know if you have a stop on it. The alert was at 209. So you obviously didn't get in at 209. Does it mean it got up to 240? That was pretty good. Even if you got out at the close, 228, you still would have made money. But I don't know where you got in. But if you get into a trade, you have to have. So I can't give you any advice. I mean, it sounds like though you're in it and now you're in a lot losing position. 228. Well, you're not that. So if you're going to put a stop, I mean, but you should have had the stop yesterday. You were still, so 228 is where it closed. So what did you do? No, 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 no. I'm not telling you to sell it. Understand. What if I told you to sell it and that, 2 minutes from now it pops up to three? There's another room, Thomas. Okay. I should always, there are two cool trading rooms. You're in the YouTube room. There's another room. It's a lot more active. Okay. If you want to go into that room, you go to my homepage. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should always point out where I'm answering questions from. So if you go to my homepage, Thomas, it's our YouTube room, click my homepage link and scroll down to the education section and right here. Okay, right here, this is the room. And so what you can do, if you want to come into the room instead of YouTube, you just save my link or save that, I guess, the education link. And then because you have to do this every day. Oh, wow, that was quick. Now I'm going to be taking a break in about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll be gone for about an hour. All right, guys. 11:56. So curling, Rick. We like to curl. Okay, guys. Now this it's not shortable for me. So the WBTN looks like it has. Well, of course, like it's really run out of steam now for a while. Now, I wonder if this could be. Yeah, I mean, this has got room still at 21. So this could be one later on in the day. It's fairly low float. Later on in the day, takes out that high and just explodes off the high. Could. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a price alert around the 18 mark, okay? I mean, it may not. This might be it. It may just, completely capitulate for the rest of the day, but so far not seeing a tremendous amount of follow through on things, but okay, guys, I'm gonna put my announcement up here. Man, Pepe, this new build is unbelievable so far. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it out loud. So there's HBM, guys. So this is a gap up and go down. Wow. I mean, this is probably an earnings play. Hudson Bay Minerals, big Canadian company. Oh, for, how my computer performs, Renalac. Sometimes the versions of Trade Ideas that I get on, yeah, I shouldn't jinx it. The fan goes crazy, and it's all to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a break right now, so we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. You're right, I should not jinx it. So I'm muting myself in the both rooms now. Yeah, Mighty Mouse Den had another feed going for YouTube. So, well, that's too bad. That was my goal to take it just over 8. I had my price alert, but it just exploded right through. Oh well, c'est la vie. Now the next high is up here at right around 10. Now, if it takes out 10, so this started trading as VSLK. I don't think this was an IPO or anything, but this started trading. It might have been. Well, that is the no. See, look at the lifetime range, way like 2.8%. So they probably changed symbol names, probably changed whatever they were before. They adopted this symbol. Now it's through that. Wow, and it's halted. My guess is it's halted. Is it not halted? Yes, just got halted. Well, another one. You know, been a challenging day for me. Yeah, so it is the BLSH, I think, right? So, PJ, you think it's going to come out at 1 o'clock, right? Well, we'll see. Not sure we'd be able to do anything with it, but and William, I saw that you, yeah. So William is back. He had internet troubles today, or he's in for the first time, but he says he will keep the room open till about 4 o'clock. So when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30, he will keep the room open until 4 o'clock today. Assuming he hasn't had problems with his internet connection. Yeah, Bjorn, you and I did the same thing, exactly the same thing. I put a price alert at $8.09. Just I wanted to see it take this little area out, and yeah, it just exploded right through that. Could not get it. So is Dan probably is still talking, right? He tends to go over 1 o'clock. So this could be interesting. So I don't think I've displayed the screen today. I may have, but this is the halt price for BSLK 1028. This is telling you where it could open. You notice how it just changed. Okay, it was at 998. Now it's at 1020. Doesn't have to open there, and it just opened. So this one, BLSH, just opened. So you guys are just so excited about it. Here it is. Okay, what are you gonna do? Popped up to 95. What are you gonna do? Take it on the break of the high here, I mean, you know it's going through 100. I shouldn't say that. I should not say that. We got to 99.99. Now it's 100, and it probably halted again, right? Yeah, halted again, or not halted again, but halted for the first time. So what are you gonna do? Here's your halt price, 102.44, 102.44. Not really no big clue as to where it's going to open. New York stocks seem to do that. They don't have the same The same look as the Nasdaq stocks when they're trying to predict where they could open. But again, I ask, what are you going to do? Ooh, I have a feeling this one was a pretty good one on the gap up and go. Yeah, pretty. Look how solid it is. Just one little blip underneath on the 5 minute chart on the trade wave. One blip underneath. Other than that, just a slow and steady move. 1371 was the alert. Now coming right into potential. Well, so much for that. I was going to say potential resistance at 1407, and it just blew right through that. Meanwhile, okay, wow, the BSLK just opened and it exploded. Oh man, I was sitting here, so it wasn't. I can't blame my break on it. I was sitting right here. But okay, it popped through. It got to the 8 level I wanted to see, but it just didn't stop. Meanwhile, on the flip side of the going up, this is going down now. ATNF still up 11%. This was the big flyer yesterday, of course. And it flew this morning. I mean, it got up to 17 something this morning, 1750 or so. So, I mean, it was a flyer this morning also. We have, I think somebody corrected me though, but I thought we have about a million. We have about a million, 1.3 million. Yeah, somebody said it's about 700,000. I guess if you go to that other website, it's still low. I mean, 1.3 million, 700,000. Wow. Well, guys, I mean, this is getting interesting. We're kind of back into that now. We're getting these. I mean, look how much it rested for about an hour, 2 hours almost. Okay, and then it's a little earlier than I thought. A lot of times they start to happen around 1:32. But wow, what's the name of the indicator that shows as cloud? You mean it's called trade waves? Is that what you mean? Trade waves? You have to activate it from. Depends on the version of trade ideas you've got, but so do you want to know how it's activated, Imran? What do I think of a dash or a quick bounce play? No, it is not. It is a part of this standard subscription. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's under dash is underneath the VWAP. So I mean, there is that. Transitioning a little bit, a little bit of blue here, a little bit of blue here from the orange. So but I mean, I don't. But there is the VWAP. Depends how quick of a bounce play and how much money you want to make on it. It's sort of it may have found a bit of a bottom. PSKY. Oh, okay. PSKY. Wow. No kidding. Oh, that's right. I did see this one. This Paramount Skydance. So this is the merger of Paramount and Paramount and Skydance. So it's no, it is not subscription based. It is, it's part of the standard service, Imran. Now it's 115. Well, again, it looked like it almost a for sure thing was, get over 100, but interesting also. I'm sure you know this too, William, but, there are shorts available at Interactive Broker. There are a ton of shorts available, 2,000,000 at Interactive Brokers for this, PSKY. Now, where do you short it? But it's gone, relatively parabolic. Yeah, so certainly enough shorts available at, various brokerages for the, if you wanted to short the SKY. I almost thought it was halted just because it's, trading so, only a penny spread. A lot of volume, 72,000,000 shares. Wow. What does the blue colored B stand for in the charts? The blue colored B. The blue colored B. Well, I have to find out where you don't mean the D, but, wow. You mean the buy flag? A little flag? If you can find one, if this is what you mean. Yeah, it's a little buy flag. It's from Tradewave. Yeah, like where? Like here's a little sell flag, and there's no buy flag here, but yeah, that's what it is. It's from Tradewave. Ultimately, we hope to have a scan that will show you when you get the, out for your own stocks, for your own. I mean, there is one up here, but you're limited. Market Explorer. If I click on Market Explorer, and then, select strategy, and then Tradewave, and then Tradewave buy. So these will, but you cannot adjust this at all. You can put in whatever price range you want, or but this will actually give you the buy flag. There's a buy flag right there. This is a scan designed for it. So Thomas, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, right? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, Thomas. So when you oh, well, okay, when you mean okay, are you talking about within Trade? I thought you meant like a stock screening program itself. Okay. Well, there's no specific one. No, I think I think I know what he means. He means something that I have created that I tend to follow. I think that's what he means. Yeah. I wouldn't say. I mean, I like the gap continuation or reversal. This is, you get a lot of alerts here. Well, when you say screener, it's not a screener. There's a difference between, okay, this might be just semantics, okay? Screening means, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5-minute period, things like that. This is a scan, okay? A scan meaning you put together the screening elements, okay? Price between 1 and 100, the volume has to be at least 20, 20 times normal, etc. So these are the screening elements. And then if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. but this is the trigger I use, and but there are many, many different. You can have many, many different triggers, real time alerts, as well as all sorts of different filters. But this is what I use in this one. Okay. Well, have I configured it? Well, you're looking at it right here. I mean, that's what it is. I took this, and this is what this scan is looking for. Okay, it's my personal, yes, but you can have it. I mean, I share virtually everything you see here. I share. Yeah, I put this together. Yes, this is what I want to see. But for instance, you might look at this and go, I don't like that price range. I don't like something else about it. Maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Okay, so there's the real question. How do I get it? Okay. Boy, I'd be about $5 to the good. BSLK. Well, I'm not sure I would have held on the entire position, but I'm really glad that we're starting to get these ones, these cheap ones, with some follow through now. Okay, so Thomas, in our main room, if you click on my homepage link that I put in there and scroll down, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, right here. There's the momentum scan right over here. Okay, yeah, custom scans. Yeah. So here are all the other ones I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So let me go over this homepage one last time today. So anybody wants to take out a subscription, you can do this right here. You can use my promo code. You'll get 25% off. First month only. First month only. First month only. Amazing how many people say, well, does it continue month to month? No, if we did that, then we wouldn't have annuals at 25%. But so 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Please use my code, whatever it is. That'll help to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see my name. They see this code being used enough. They'll keep the room free. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free also. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription, you go down to the education section on my homepage, click on that. Getting started with trade ideas. That's the very first thing. Very, oh no, you get a 25% discount on the annual. It's just that people on the monthly, it's only the first month that you get 25% off. 25% off the entire year, yes. So, first thing you must do is the getting started with trade ideas, okay? If you don't have trade ideas, you can take a look at this from the second video on. These are all very short videos. Second video on. This will give you an idea about the capabilities of trade ideas and also whether or not it's a good fit for you, before you endeavor into taking a subscription. Look at BSLK. Good grief. Okay, back to basics. If you're new to trading, I feel like I'm new to trading because I didn't take that BSLK. New to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos for you, the new trader. And last, looking again for my scans, click on my homepage link and your middle section, and here they are. Oof. You can see BSLK all over the place here, all over the place here. So if you have questions, don't be shy. Ask me questions all the day long. This is not just a trading room; it's a support room. And also, if you save my homepage link and you want to come into the main room every day, you save my homepage link, and here it is, the trading room. It's in the education section. Okay. So click on my homepage link and just scroll down. Actually, it's right here. You don't have to go to the education section. I didn't realize it. Okay, so everybody please listen who wants to have the trade wave on their charts. Okay, I'm going to answer Imran, but there could be others out there that want to have the trade wave on their charts. When you say not responding, I'm clicking on it. There's no error here. It would say an error if it were. Let me just do it myself. Give me a moment. So there it is. There it is. You're only going to see the last one. Okay, you're not going to see everything previous, but I just loaded it. Maybe it's your computer taking time, but it definitely loaded. You can see I just loaded it. Yeah, and yeah, guys, listen carefully on this also. When you load one of my scans, you're only going to see the last alert, okay? Because that it's looking at whatever time you loaded the alert. You're not going to see everything previous to it. Now, tomorrow, if you incorporate this as part of your layout, it'll be blank until 9:30. So you'll start to see like right down here. See everything started at 9:30. Okay, back to what? Back to the trade wave. So if you want the trade wave activated on your chart, okay, it is part of the standard service. So the first thing you have to do, you get one that has maybe a little more wave in it. That beautiful wave going up. Okay, so the first thing you have to do in any chart, you right click on the chart. And when you do this, this should pop up. You get a pop up, right clicking on the chart and use browser interface. You see, I've got it checked. You have to check that first. If it's not checked, if it is checked, just leave it checked, obviously. If it's not checked, check it. Use browser interface. So that's the first thing. The next thing, and it depends on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, you should see, depending on the version, you might see FX up here. See how I'm pointing at the heart and then the clock and all that? You should see FX. Depends on the version, okay? If you don't see it, then you click on the little indicator. There's a little indicator icon that I'm clicking on. And when I click on it, Trade Wave comes up, okay? And then you click on Trade Wave. Now, when I click on this is a toggle on and off. So my Trade Wave is going to disappear. So when I click on it, the Trade Wave is going to disappear. I'll click on it again, Trade Wave, and now it'll come back. Let me know if that worked for you. And you have to do that for every chart, okay? Every chart you want the Trade Wave on. Wow. Wow. Okay, I just okay. What a wow on that one, guys. 117 down to 86 and halted. Whew. So let me know who asked the question first. And anybody else? Imran? Yeah, Imran, you asked the question first, Imran 34. So let me know if that worked for you, okay, in terms of activating the trade wave. If it didn't work, just let me know, okay? I might have gone too fast. And anybody else who was listening, just let me know. Now, the question is how to use it. Well, that's going to be up to you. Okay. The way I use it, it helps me keep in trades longer. I'm not, no, there's the BSLK. There's a big drop now. Look at that. A big 16% within a 5 minute period. There's that big drop now. Oh, thank you, Dwayne. Yeah. Now, doesn't mean it's over though. It does not mean it's over. It's just finally some big profit taking happening, but the price was around 14. Now, William, but I'm sure that, when they were thinking, "Well, I wonder what a good symbol would be for our company, BLSH." Nobody in that boardroom was sitting around saying, thinking, "Hmm." You know what's starting to move down now, guys, is cards. It broke down. It started to really break down, and now look what it's doing. It's right on the 200-day moving average. It really did not have well, it had a bounce. I mean, it went from 44.86 up to 46, so up, almost a $2 bounce. And then it got through the VWAP. And then when it challenged the VWAP would not hold it. Well, in this case, anyway, did not act as support. Now, now look at this right on the 200-day moving average, which is 44.56. So it's just right at that 200-day moving average. Guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be on mute for about a minute or two. All right, guys. So yeah, I mean, look. Sorry, Oust. Oust is another one that I saw earlier. A little choppy though, but look at this sort of break out of here, right around the V. See how it's chopping up and down around the VWAP? And this is now another one that's a potential short. Look what it's doing. It's coming into that high. That's a high of 3 days ago. But one of my all-time favorites, I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. One of my all-time favorite symbols for a food company is barfs. Now I'll give them a break because it's out of Brazil, so maybe they didn't know, but I look at that, and that's for a food company. Well, it's called BRFS. BRFS. I mean, I'm just kidding, of course. It's a Brazilian company. It's see it every now and then. Okay, edit, 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 edit. Boy, this is like a penny stock. I mean, it's had a great day for it. A lot of volume coming in. This used to be one of those what gene splicing stocks or gene editing. Sorry, gene editing stocks with CRSR. Or no, not CRSP. Sorry, CRSP. This is a lift edit in its wake. So I'm assuming Dan is over, right? So any nuggets that he? I know he probably said, we're internally testing the money machine. Oh, somebody asked about the money machine. No, it's not available. I'm sorry. I think Niacam, you might have asked a little earlier. Forgot to answer you. Not available yet. At least we're starting the ability to internally test it. Yeah, it depends what you mean by soon, Apex. I would hope. I mean, we've got to test it internally, and then it's not. No, it's not a Holly upgrade. It's a complete add-on, Thomas. And there's already a big waiting list. I could not get it to work on my end. There's something in my configuration that's not allowing it. Well, I don't know. I mean, yesterday was the first day that that some of us at Trade Ideas could actually internally test it in the simulator, not with real money, okay, like in the simulator. See how that goes for a while, and then what we'll do, if we feel it's, it's working all right, then we'll allow our premium subscribers to have access to it in our simulator and run that for a while. So it could still be several months out. Well, there could be people, remember now, this waiting list that started, it was last year, probably around July or August of last year. So there were 100 people that signed up. But a lot of them, it's a long time now. There could be people that not going to do it. So I have no other answer to that. That's right. It's when it'll be out when it's out. Boy, this is so interesting, this cart, guys. I mean, look what it's doing. It's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Will that act as support? 44.56. I mean, it's literally right on it. If you can see my daily chart, you see the blue line on my chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So how is your little VLSH doing? Okay. You know what? I mean, you can kind of see not a lot of history behind it right now, but there was the VWAP around 97. Put a price alert at 100 and see if it takes out 100 again. Yeah, it was my head on my desk, but it was again just losing sight of stuff. Remember, I was just saying this has gone pretty parabolic, the PSKY. But again, it's easier said than done. I mean that that's a beautiful top, though. Maybe William, maybe you shorted this one, PSKY. The bottle, never, never. Okay, guys. Um, so intrigued with this cart to see if it holds this. I mean, it got right almost to the penny. I mean, it got a penny below the 200-day moving average. Well, let's do it together, okay, Thomas? So watch what I'm gonna do. Make sure. Give me a moment. I just want to find my homepage link, okay? Okay. So we're gonna do this together. I'm gonna click on my homepage link. Okay. I'm gonna go down to the scan section. I'm going to click on, whoops, I'm going to click on Momentum Open Scan. Now, for me, it probably is going to appear in a new tab. No, it overwrote that one. Okay. I'm going to copy it, highlight it, highlight it, highlight it, left click, my mouse, keeping the left click down, highlighting it. Now I'm going to copy it, Control C. I've copied it. And then I go up to my tool, up to File, Load from Cloud. It's right there. Okay. Same string, ends in 31E, ends in 31E. Okay, and now load. And here it is. So what's happening for you? File, load from cloud. Okay, are you connected? I want to make sure. Do you have a green ball, just in case? Maybe you don't have a green ball. Oh, that's why. So you got a red ball. You're not connected then. Somehow you're not connected. Do you have something else open, like the Market Explorer, or not Market Explorer, but the? Okay, that's why then. Did you have the like another version of Trade Ideas up and running, like the web-based version or the dashboard? Thank you, Pepe. The dashboard open. You can't have that open at the same time. So we're talking this, right? I guess this is the dashboard. I never look at it, but I guess that's the dashboard. And you've got live data. Now I have, because I've got two accounts. So you have to close that down. If you've got this open, you have to close it down, and then that should turn green. If it doesn't turn green, just do a reset connection. Okay. Okay. When did you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? Oh, now it works. Okay. Ah, again, I got sidetracked here. I was going to take this a little long here and put my stop. I put a 10-cent stop on it, and it did pop the cart. Oh well. Okay, guys, don't give up. I mean, BSLK. This could This could still have that run. And what time is it now? 1:43. Could have that run. I mean, if you look at this file, I mean, look, it's very volatile, obviously, but the cloud is still blue. It hasn't turned orange. I don't know. I don't know if it's too late. If it pops through 14, it could have another run in it. I mean, look at the volume, 213 million shares. Traded the float 153 times. Now we're getting to. Now I was told this is more like a 700,000 float. So let's call that half of that. That means this has traded the float uh, 306 times. That might be a record, William. That might be a record. I'm trying to think of any other stock that we've seen that has traded the float over 300 times. Man, and it's not. I mean, the news, yeah, it's good. Year over year increase in Q2 financial results. Hard for me to believe it's up that much though, just because of that. Oh, okay. No, $20 million funding. The demand for vegan silk continues to grow. Who knew there was vegan silk? Okay, well, I guess there is. Oh yeah, we've seen the odd stock at a billion volume also, but it's the float turnover that I'm talking about. All right, guys, flirting with the 14. Flirting is flirting with 14. Let's see if it gets back over 14. Yeah, I'm looking for another break of 14, and that might get me in. Though it doesn't look promising right now. Well, I still have my alert set up here, so if it takes it out the second time, probably gonna have a little attempt at it. It was a high of the day. It was up right out here at 15. Well, it had that move in 10 seconds right here. from 7 to 10 in about 10 seconds right there. All right, guys, I'm waiting on one thing and one thing only. What time is it now? 1:49. It's interesting. I mean, it's still holding the blue. Okay, guys. Well, I will stick around for a little bit longer. I mean, it's 1:51, maybe do it to 2:15. I think I'll put myself on mute now, though. If you have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. Yeah, go ahead, ask a question. Well, how to catch winners? I mean, it's a challenge. I mean, it depends what you're looking at. If you're looking at these, very volatile stocks, I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got, Bernal Lax, but I mean, they're they are a challenge. The volatile stocks are definitely a challenge. So sorry, Imran, you can ask a question. Yes, I'm back. Depends when time you're getting up. Also, I mean, you should try to do a little pre-market work. See the ones that are moving, in the pre-market. No guarantee they're going to continue to move once the market opens, but at least you'll have an idea about what ones are moving in the pre-market. Thank you, D. Yeah, but if you're going to ask me, I mean, I'm not going to tell you if you get out of it or. So it sounds like you again. Did you put a stop in? First thing I'm going to ask. It sounds like you're down on the trade right now. Okay, you're losing. Sounds like it anyway. 765. Okay. Well, you're down a dime. Just give me a moment. So you're down a dime. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, 765 stop? Well, it's below the stop price then, right? Okay, so you should be out of the trade. If that's your stop, right? Or 775. Well, you're 10 cents from the stop. So, I mean, if you're asking me, should you hold on to your stop? I mean, that's completely up to you, of course, but at least you have a stop. So you're going to get out at 765 if it gets there. Right? I mean, there's no real advice I can give you. I mean, if you're gonna obey your stop, you're within 10 cents. Now, me? No, I'm not gonna say anything. You're underneath the VWAP right now, but, I mean, at least you put a stop in place, so it's good. All I can say is obey it. I pay no attention to it, Thomas. Most of the things we look at don't care about the overall market, okay? I mean, I've got my SPY chart, okay? And so I do see, that's my sentiment, if you will, but I don't really pay that much attention to it because, a stock like BSLK doesn't care what the market's doing. A lot of the things that we look at, they don't care. Or they've got news on their own, their earnings plays, they have news on their own, so they don't really care. Yes, sorry guys. Whew. That's what I was waiting for. But oh, yes, guys, I'm sorry. I mean, we're now into that mode of having late dayers, the ones that have been super active, having pops and the later on. What I was waiting for that pop. Bertolax. It was a challenge. I was talking to you guys, and I had some, and I was waiting and waiting and waiting. Was hanging around the 13 mark. Whew. Yes. Can Bernalax. Oh boy. And PJ, and you said, it dropped what, 10 $2 in 10 seconds. That went up about, maybe it took a little longer than 10 seconds, but that was a rush. That was a rush. Oh man. Well, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokerage, so wow. This is not trading 101, guys, also. I mean, this is just something I do out of just seeing it many, many, many times. Not so much until the last week and a half, where we had about three late dares do this kind of thing. But it used to be that we could almost count on one, maybe two late dares, things that have really, really active during the day. They kind of rest for a while, and then they just have the big explosion. It's not trading 101. Well, experience, whatever you want to call it, Thomas. I mean, it's not trading 101. It's nothing you can, it's a gut feel. Just seeing, this sort of thing happen over and over again. I'm just looking for a price break. I was just looking for a price break around the 1350 mark. That's what I was looking at because it was holding 13 not badly. It wasn't so much an indicator. It was, volume. If you want to call it an indicator, volume. Look at the volume that came in. What do you mean by what time does it start, Imran? What do you mean by that? What time does it start? Well, I got it around the 1350 mark. Understand I'm watching it like a hawk, okay? And I'm looking at this it was holding 13, got down to 12 and it was holding 13 not badly. Remember these are 5-minute charts. It's like an eternity for day trading. And and I just like what I was also talking about how it had not the wave was still blue. So the trend was still, positive. And I look, I didn't I'm not going crazy on it. I'm not taking like 10,000 shares of this, okay? So so had it dropped a dollar in a second, I would still be okay. I mean, I'd have a loss, but you gotta be watching. I'm just watching. There's a part of me that, 1763. Oh, wish I could say I got it out right at the top, but good enough. No, I don't trail. I'm watching it like a hawk, so I've got an idea of where I'm gonna get out. If it got my finger on the submit button, where I'm getting out. I've got a price. It could just blow right through a trailing stop on a stock like that. It's not, but listen, this is just something, I'm hoping we get another one tomorrow, and on all next week we get these ones that look at the volume, 228 million shares, unbelievable. Well, it's happened. This is the third time this week. Yesterday it was the ANLF, and there was one earlier. I think MRM or something on Monday. Last week there was one, ANTF and ANTF. ANTF was yesterday's. We used to see it all the time. Then it seemed to dry up, for several weeks or months. A late day run, yeah, a late day run. A late day run of a stock that has been very, very active, and then it takes out, gets very close to the high and just blows. As long as it's got room. Remember now, VSLK had room. Have to show. Well, this looks like an IPO back here. It is not, but I mean, there's nothing really stopping it. Okay, didn't have to worry about chart resistance. Just had to worry about people finally bailing. Well, it makes up for all the ones I missed this morning. Oh, absolutely. I used to be a pretty big golfer, and birdies still I would be very excited about. So it might not be over. I don't think this time I'm going to take it on a high of the day break, but it's amazing though. I mean, this has still been blue the whole time. My guess is on a 2 minute, it will not be. We can have some orange. No, even that, even blue, even on the 2 minute chart. That gave me a little bit of confidence to do it also. Yes, Psalm. Yes. I'm just intrigued to see if it takes this out. This is a 5-minute chart, guys. Look at the volume that came in, and that's at 2 o'clock. The low was 13, and the high was 1763. Look at the volume that just pushed it. Now the volume is starting to, subside. So, be aware of that. As the volume starts to subside, probably going to see a drop. No, I do not think it's a good buy. Understand, I shouldn't, you can't ask me that. I mean, you can ask me that, but I mean, it could go either way. It could pop through this and go for $10. It could drop $10, but for me, the buy area was just, when I was holding 13 and it started to move, that was for me. Yeah, I would never be holding this overnight. Now, I shouldn't say that because some might say, "Oh, I'm gonna hold it overnight." But the guy said don't, and then, tomorrow you'll wake up, it's $50. So, way too way, way, way too risky, overnight hold. Be interesting to see what it does after hours. Haven't seen an after hour one really move for a while, or, one that was moving during the day. They were have after hours, if a company releases earnings, yeah, they can move after hours, but I'm talking about one that, for instance, the BSLK, let's say it closes, what time is it now? 2:13. Let's see at 4 o'clock, it closes near the high of the day. And then after hours, it continues to run. I haven't seen one like that for quite a while. A lot of practice, Bernalax. I don't want to be sued. Yeah, you know what? The volume is still pretty good. It was subsiding a bit, but that 5-minute candle actually was bigger than the previous one. Not quite as big as this one, but so the volume is not completely dried up yet. Oh, I'm gone. I don't have it anymore, Rick. I- that 13 to 1760. I mean, that was. I'm just waiting. I'm just watching it to see if it, it even takes out the high of the day again. Yeah, I don't know how many. I don't know what this stock was before. Somebody probably knows, but they've changed symbols to BSLK. They're not fooling anybody though, because the lifetime range is down at 4.7%. I mean, even though it looks like an IPO or something, looks like it's only started trading back here. Yes, I don't know what it was before, but it changed the name to, or the symbol to BSLK. So if you could have a lifetime candle of this, not just as BSLK, but whatever it was before, it would be at the very, very low of its lifetime range. You can see right there. That's why I like to have the lifetime range. You see, it says 4.6% in red. So if you had a lifetime candle, it'd be way down here. Oh, I'm pretty happy. I mean, that's another 730 down to $2 drop just like that. Golden Arrow Merger Core. Thank you. See, the thing is that if people, they don't know this, if they don't have a lifetime chart up, they think, oh man, this is a great IPO or something like that. They don't realize that there was history before this. Not that it really matters today, but all right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to take off now. Okay, it is. So I'll hang around if there's some questions. William says he'll keep the room open till 4 o'clock. I'll hang around if there are some questions. But I think what I'm going to start to do, first of all, thank everybody for all the help all day long in both rooms, the YouTube room, and I didn't see anybody in YouTube. After Dan. So so it was a combined company. Okay, I got you. So it was one of these ones. Okay, business combination. There you go, Linda. Thank you. Entertainment. Well, that's half of it, isn't it? Gotta be able to have some fun in doing all this. Okay, guys, I don't see any more questions, so I think I will take off. So we'll now again, the room will be open. Chris Varley will open the main room open at 7:30 Eastern time. I get on the mic at 9. I'll try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And again, get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So the first thing I'm going to do is end the YouTube stream.